Hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia, how are you doing today? And hello, PLV, welcome. You're doing fine, nice. So, yeah, today we're going to continue working on the API server, and I actually made some nice progress off stream, and it's actually more or less working already. I just need to like make it work properly. So just I need to finish some stuff, yeah, like implement some authentication, and yeah, I thought I would be able to finish it much quicker, but yeah, I underestimated the scope of this project, but that's okay. So right now I'm working on the subscriptions. So when you basically connect to a WebSockets server and you subscribe to certain events, you can receive events in real time as soon as they appear. And yeah, we need to implement some stuff here. So first of all, where is it? Oh, first I wanted to check the API documentation. There was where is the event or socket? I mean, okay, socket handshake. This one. Auth. Okay, so this is how I can implement authentication, but for the client connections, I want to make something much simpler. I want to be able to just assign a secret that the user supplies. Let's see, let's try that out. So what I need is this test page, and we can try to configure auth secret. Hopefully that's something that can accept, because I don't want to use token, I don't want to use like username and password. I just want to explicitly state that this is a secret. It's gonna be something like that. And let's see if we catch that on the server side when client is connecting. Actually, wait. Socket, handshake. Hopefully this is enough. So let's restore the server. Okay, so that's the old client connected with the undefined secret. What I need is I need to reconnect this thing. Yes, test secret. Perfect, that works. So then we can get rid of this data secret that I was experimenting with. and use handshake auth secret. Okay, and we can probably, where was it? We can probably create a middleware for the clients just to be able to check if the client supplied that secret. So what I need is client namespace, hopefully I can apply this to a single namespace. And then here, we're gonna check if we have that thing. Oh my god, what's going on with the formatting? There we go. So if secret is there, I'm not gonna check it for anything else on for the clients. I just want to make sure that the secret is supplied, and then we can probably state secret is required, or I don't know, secret is empty. And for the other ones, for API, login, and vault, I'll see what they can do. Okay, so that worked. We are connected. Now let's try to remove the secret from the client, and let's hope that it's gonna fail. Yes. Did fail, doesn't state why. Oh, it does state. Through the sockets. That's good. That's fine. Okay, so we have that. And we are connected here. Good. So that leaves us with the authentication for API, login, vault. We don't need to send the secret. So unsubscribe, and disconnect. We'll now check if the secret is matching. That's good. Actually, here I can probably do for, no, not socket, client socket. Of client sockets. Then we can check that thing. If the secret matches, no, like that. If the secret matches, we now need to try to join a socket to a room. Socket rooms. Socket giant. Weird that I don't see it in this list. But okay, client socket giant. Yes, those are rooms. And we generate this room name. Oh, wait. Then we need to do that. Like that. And we can probably do it like this. Okay, let's do the same for leave. And for disconnect. Okay. Now let's double check that we are sending the secret. Yes. Okay, good. So now theoretically it should work. Let's restore the client first. Let's restore the server and the API server. And I want to start the client. 1 sec. Okay. So we're connected. We're using test secret, right? So let me check. Let me try to type something into the chat. Nothing. That's good. So we don't receive anything. Now we need to create a transport. This ID. And let's try creating that without a secret. Or no, I will make it required. Let's do that right now. So the secret should be required now. So the secret should be required. Come on, yes. And let's try doing that without supplying a secret. Okay, secret field is required. So let's try run secret. Okay, so we created a transport. But because the secret is wrong, we shouldn't receive anything. Yes, okay, good. Now let's try using the correct secret. I think it was test underscore secret. Yes. So let's try that. There we go. That works. That's good. What else? So now, these transports are not actually being stored in the database, and that's a problem. That's a problem because I cannot unsubscribe now. So if I, for example, delete a subscription, it's not going to be updated on the WebSocket server because I need the secret. If I delete a receiver, also I can't do anything. So I need to actually store the transports in the database right now. And I have the subscriptions and the receivers. Oh, and I forgot about the last connection date. Can I even do this? I'm not sure that I can actually implement this like I imagined. Like I wanted to see if it's actually, when it's connected, to update that date. But the problem is the connection happens before we create the transport. So you need to connect to the WebSocket, receive the ID, this one. Then you can create a transport supplying that ID and the secret. And then API server sends that to the WebSocket server, and the WebSocket server just subscribes the events. So there is no like two-way communication happening. Hello, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸👂. Yeah, we are back online. Well, lunch, watching you. Gentle developer master. Okay. Bon appetit. So, what are we gonna do? Well, I think I'm gonna ignore the last connection date for now. Not sure how to deal with that. Yeah, I have no idea how to check that we actually connected to the socket. I mean, when we subscribe to the events, I can send the feedback back to the API server. So here, but this method is just meant to be used to actually just subscribe to the events. Also, this can be null, I assume. Actually, no. TypeScript doesn't say that it can be null, so I'm gonna trust it. I'm gonna trust this one as well. Yeah, it should be there. Okay, so Yeah, I don't know how to make this communicated back to the API server that we actually have the connection. Unless we actually introduce an intermediate step when the connection is authenticated or something. I don't know. Then I probably don't need to check the secret for unsubscribe and disconnect. I don't know. But okay. First, I need to actually create a transport table. So what is gonna be? Let's copy this. API event. Is it gonna be receiver transport or just transport? How do we call it? Receiver transport. Transports. Transport. Receiver subscriptions. Let's just make it API event transport. Okay. So do we create an ID actually? Yes. ID, receiver ID. I don't need this. I need receiver ID. We can store the creation date, doesn't really matter. So ID, receiver ID, creation date, status. Status. I don't think we need the status. Actually, maybe we do. And then what? We need transport type. Transport type, transport endpoint. This one's gonna be 200. Actually, 255. And secret. Secret. So let's do 255. I need to set some restrictions. So transport type. This is weird. Oh, it's this model for the input. So this transport endpoint is required. Yes. String length. Maximum length 255. And the same for the secret. Transport types right now, I only WebSocket required. And then we use this API receiver. Hello, dull dark. Hi. Where is my actual receiver? 1 sec. It should be somewhere in the game library. Oh, in here. Okay, so we need to move this API receiver transport model. What the hell? To here, to the records. What? Okay. And let's rename it to API event receiver transport, or API event transport. So ID receiver ID receiver ID creation date. We need to add this. Status. Oh, I don't know. Let's copy that. Transport status. I'm not sure yet how the statuses should look like, but for now it's gonna be like that. Transport type, transport endpoint, secret. Okay, now we need to make it an actual model. So receiver ID, transport type, transport endpoint, secret. So ID, receiver ID, creation date, status. Active by default. transport type. Actually, let's move it above so it's like unified. Creation date status, transport type, endpoint, secret. Okay. Now what? So back to this thing, we need to create indexes. Receiver ID. Maybe status. Yeah, let's do status. So ID, receiver ID. Creation date, status, transport type, endpoint, secret. Okay, that's enough. And we need to add another foreign key. So this is gonna be login API event transport receiver ID. And that links to event receivers, ID, cascade. Yes, good. So now let's execute this migration. Think it should be fine. Yes, success. That's our transport table. Now we need to map it. We need to map it here. Event transport. Right, the table is called like this. Now let's go over, where is it? So ID, receiver ID. Let's delete the client ID. ID, receiver ID, creation date, status. Those are required. Everything is required. Transport type. Transport endpoint. And secret. Right. Not gonna create any foreign key links here, because that's just the way I'm gonna interact with those. Okay. So I have the map. Now we need to register this map in the dependency injection database. There. You were already a developer when you started the Ymirheim project. Also, you're a developer out of Ymirheim context. When I started working on Ymirheim, well, back in the day, it was still like a private Ukrainian server based on Saga. It's existed for like half a year maybe. And then when Gravity closed the project, the server also went down. And I started working on Ymirheim specifically in 2010, I think. Like in an actual attempt to revive the game. That's when I consider that project actually being started. So I was like a very beginner developer. I didn't really know how to code, really. And this project helped me a lot to actually learn how to program, helped me with my work. But yeah, my day job is web developer. I develop some e-commerce websites on PHP. But yeah, on my free time, I'm like using whatever technologies I like C#, for example, modern.NET, Kubernetes, and stuff like that, and basically compensating the fact that I have to work with old, pretty poor technologies on my work with this awesome stuff. But yeah, basically, I grew as a developer as I was developing this project. It took me a long time to like go to this point. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad to talk on these topics. But yeah, back when I started working on Ymirheim, I didn't know much. And also it was the time when the technologies were not as great as right now. Like I started on .NET Framework 2.0, and I was trying to make it work on Mono, so I can run it on Linux and stuff like that. And I was still learning Linux and basically, yeah, a lot of stuff like that. But before that, I was mainly like doing some web development, and can't really say that I was a good programmer. I was just like a webmaster, I would say. Like I knew how to set up servers, how to set up some content management systems, forum engines, stuff like that. I knew how to do some basic web design. A lot of people did even like my web designs, and this is how I was like earning money at the time. And then it gradually grew, like my professional work grew to like a full-on backend PHP developer, while Ymirheim is basically a huge project that theoretically should have been done by multiple different people with different specialties, like, I don't know, game designer, server-side developers, client-side developers, 3D developers, and stuff like that. Well, you know, just because the complexity of this project is just huge. Yeah, it is huge, although I started small. I started with like just the server, and then like piece by piece I picked up like all the other stuff, like game design and stuff like that, which I'm still not good at all. Like I'm a pretty bad game designer, but I'm trying to learn. And this project gives me a great opportunity to do that. To be honest, this is like the perfect project for learning some different stuff because of just, yeah, how wide it covers like all the different topics. What am I missing? Get pay receiver ID. I do have that. Oh, I guess I didn't change the type in the interface, right? Yes. Okay, good. We have the repository. Now let's register it. Okay. So now we have the repository. We can access the table and actually store our created transport. Oh yeah, I implement the constructor for that. So receiver ID, transport type, transport endpoint, secret. This is everything that we need: receiver, transport type, endpoint, and secret. Good. Let's make it a little bit nicer. So now we can return that directly. So now we need to persist it into the database, but yeah, I wanted to probably change this method from create transport to just set transports, because the amount of transports that you are allowed to create should be limited. Where are the options? I need to add one more option. So this is max transports per receiver should be 10 maybe. And I don't really want to create a bunch of endpoints to manage these transports. So like you don't have to list all the transports, delete the old transport. I want to just for the admin to be able to just create all the currently available transports. Should I even do that? Or maybe I do create. So if I make it manageable one by one, then I would have to have a list, a create transport, and delete transport. And let's say when you connect from the app, yeah, like you would have to delete all the transports first. Like if your app, for example, crashed and you start it again, you connect to the WebSocket, then to subscribe that WebSocket, to the events, you would have to delete all the transports because the maximum amount of transports is limited. And only then you would be able to create a new one. So let's do this. Let's rename this to set transports. It's not going to be creating a new transport. It's going to be how do I even call this? Let's do update transports. And this is going to be not a post, it's going to be put. No. Patch. No. Put. Actually, is that correct? HTTP methods. The put method replaces all current representations of the target resource with the target content. The patch method applies partial modifications to the resource. Do we use patch or put here? I don't even have the list of transports, so I would need to create that. I think I will use patch. So this replaces all current representations. Wait. I have a problem because I don't have the GUID in the request. And this request is only covering one transport right now. That's a put request? Yeah, I think so. Probably. Because that will, yeah, basically replace any existing transports with the new ones. I don't wanna to actually create like a proper update method, which would be like the patch in this case. So I'm gonna, yeah, you can only supply a limited amount of data to create the transports. And then when you create a transport, it will be assigned with an ID, creation date, stuff like that. I could theoretically make it a proper patch method that actually updates the existing transports by matching the IDs, but then it could be confusing that like you have to generate IDs on your own, and I don't want the users to actually generate your UIDs on their own. I want them to be generated on my system. So I'm gonna actually use put there. That's correct. And every time you execute that, I will delete all the previous receivers and then create the new ones. Okay. So now here I need the transport repo. Now this will be an array of these models. This is gonna be also an array. Do I use array or do I use enumerable? Let's use enumerable. See if it gives us any problems. Probably this is gonna be enough. Now this is gonna be boot transports. So first we get to receiver, we check that it belongs to the client. Then we delete any. So the validation will happen before the controller on the model. So here it should be safe to do. I need a separate method. Delete by receiver ID. Right. Wait, how do I delete by ID again? I did that before. I can't do it like that. Wait, execute delete? That's something new, I think. What does that do? Deletes all database row for the entity instances which match the link query from the database. Perfect. It's something new. I didn't see that in the previous versions of EF Core. I remember pretty clearly that I was struggling with batch deletion a lot. Looks like they improved that. That's good. So delete by receiver ID, we have that. So now here we do transport repo, delete by receiver ID. Let's use the receiver object instead of that thing. So we delete the previous ones, then we do actually, can I use ilist in the input? Let's try that. Because if I can, that would be great. So then this needs to be done before. So if input count greater than this options max transports per receiver. Return too many transports. Badge request can actually be there. And actually, I think I can even do that validation on the parameter level. I did it already somewhere here in this project. Where was it? What? Oh no, it was in this controller. Yeah, range. So what would be the attribute for this? Actually, I won't be able to do that because I need a static value. I don't want to hard code the number 10. So it's going to be like this. Separate check. And it's going to be a validation problem without the status code. It's already a bad request. Okay, good. So we validated the count. Now we can actually create for each transport and input transport input model we create the transport. I'm pretty sure I can just create a list. We add the transports to the list, and we can use a batch method to add those to the database. So transport wrap add transports db commit, then yeah, this needs to be done for each transport, but that's okay. We return transports multiple. So here for each transports, we execute that. So type subject pairs. I think this is it. We have our put transports. So let's double check. We get the client ID. We check if we exceed the amount of transports per receiver. Then get the receiver, check if it belongs to the client. Delete the previous receiver, so delete the previous transports. Then we create the new transports, just the objects. We put them into the database, we commit. Then for each of those objects, we send the subscribe thing to the socket service. Wait. This needs to be above. So we do that only once. Actually, we do it everything here. So we generate type subject pairs. This is actually not called like that. This is event identities. What's wrong? No. Identities. Populate those. Probably can just do select, to be honest. And I think I should do that. Actually, I'm gonna create an extension of enumerable. Actually, that's iList. Well, doesn't matter. API event subscription. So it's gonna be here. New API event subscription extensions. So this needs to be to no. To identities. Oh my God. Type and subject. Okay. So subscriptions, identities. Actually, does it need to be a list? Probably not. Okay. Then for each transport, we just subscribe it to those identities. Let's see if that works. What are those warnings? Oh, yeah, I wanted to create this kind of serializer, but not gonna do that. So let's see. Event subscriptions. Create a receiver. Delete. Oh yeah, it's still called creating a transport. Creating a transport. We need to change that. So this is gonna be set event. No, wait. Set receiver transports. Replaces any previously created transport for the receiver with the new ones. What's wrong with it? Like, this is like the document generation thing. Sometimes just fails when they literally just change the description. It's not the first time. No, it's perfectly fine. I didn't change any code. I just rebuilt the project. Really weird. Okay, set receiver transports. Array of objects. Okay. So now let's do that on the main thing. I didn't create one more method that I need. I need to list the transports for the receiver, or when you get a receiver, I can return all the transports there. Actually, yeah, you can't get a single receiver. Okay, then we need a separate method. Let's change this one. So this one's gonna be get transports, get receiver transports. Technology works like that. You need to turn off and then on. Yeah, literally. If I try to turn it off and on again. But yeah, I don't understand it. Why? Like, I've built the project, so it's not like it's watching the changes of some or something like that. I literally stopped the running server and I rebuilt it. It analyzed the same code as it would analyze in the next run, but it outputs an error as soon as I try to request the document. I have to kill it and rebuild it again with the same code, and then it actually works. And it's not the first time. It's weird. So get receiver transfer. How do I? So get the list of registered receiver transports or transports for the given receiver. So this way you can get the registered transports. We don't need to count anything here. We don't need the subscription repository. And no, we do need the receiver. So we need to check if it actually belongs to the client. Then transports equals transports repo by receiver ID, receiver.id. Just like that. Let's rebuild it again, and hopefully it's not gonna output any errors. It did. Like, what the hell? Index was outside of the bounds. Sure. Value cannot be null. Parameter prototype name. What the hell? I don't understand. Maybe it's something with one of my, how is it even called? Transformers. But yeah, I have no idea. And now that works with the same code. Weird. Okay, let's see. We need to authenticate. And let's see, list receivers. So we have our single receiver now. Get receiver transports for that receiver. Nothing. Okay, good. Let's copy that again. Receiver ID. Yeah, now we can create a list of transports. So this is going to be WebSocket ID. Let's restart this. This is our ID and secret test underscore secret. And just to be sure, let's do that one more time. So another client. With this endpoint. So now we're registering 2 transports at once. One sec. What was the reason for me to create the transports, multiple transports? So people can shard the events, right? So, how am I gonna do that? I don't know. I'm not gonna bother with that right now. Usually it's gonna be just one transport. I want to see if creating 2 transports would actually do anything. So, okay, we created the two transports. We can see them here. They should be now subscribed. So let's send a chat message. Yeah. Yeah. They are working. They are subscribed. Now, get receiver transports. Actually, that should be list receiver transports. We can see that. And actually, while we don't have any sharding, let's set this to 1. So you can only create one transport per receiver, because it doesn't matter otherwise. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna implement sharding in this architecture. Like, we have two different connections. We subscribe them both. I don't know. For now, I'm not gonna bother with that. We don't need that for now, and probably will never need it. Okay. So we created a transport. We have list transports. Yeah, now when we delete a subscription, we should unsubscribe the transports from that subscription. That means that I need the transport wrapper. So we removed the subscription. Let's commit, and after we commit it, we do subscription receiver ID, not receivers, transports. So we get the Did I type that, or did the to suggest that wrapper? But okay, so we have the transports. Now for each of those transports, we need to unsubscribe them like that. So for each transport and transports, unsubscribe client, and we need, by the way, I didn't rename this thing. It should be called event identities. Not that it matters, but just to make it more consistent. So we unsubscribe here. We need identity equals API event identity. Well, again, style cop. I want to fix this style cop stupidity. SA1010 opening square brackets should not be preceded by a space. No, because this would also mean that like array indexers would not be analyzed. So let's just use the old syntax. Now what? Oh my God. I need to find a replacement for a style cop, because yeah, this is annoying that I have to use the full syntax when I could just use square brackets. But okay. So now unsubscribe those transports for this identity. Okay, that should be good. So that's delete subscription. Now we also have this delete receiver. When you delete receiver, it also should, well, it does delete all the subscriptions automatically just through the foreign key of the database. But yeah, here I think I need to disconnect the transports. So again, let's pull the transport repository. And we need to get the transport before we delete the receiver, because the transports are going to be gone at that point. So we need get by receiver ID. Then we can remove the receiver commit. And then we just do disconnect client. For each transport, we just disconnect the client. Did I implement that? Yes, it should be working, theoretically. So this is when we delete the receiver. Let's double check. So list receivers, nothing there. Create a receiver, we just create and nothing else. Delete. Yeah, we get the transports before deleting. Then we delete, commit, and we disconnect the clients for each transport. Then list subscriptions, it just outputs the list. Delete subscription. Remove the subscription, get the identity, and we unsubscribe any transports that could be listening to that subscription. Okay. Then list transports. That's good. Put transports, check the max amount. Delete by receiver ID. Then we create the new transports, put them in the database. Get the identities and subscribe them to all the subscriptions that the receiver has. Okay, we should be good. Let's just build this twice. Because probably I'm gonna end up with the same stupid error. Yeah, I'm annoyed deep inside by this thing. No. So I need to request the document, it fails. Then I need to rebuild. This is stupid. And I don't understand why. But okay. Maybe it's some kind of file cache or something. I don't know. But okay. Let's authenticate. List receivers. We should still have our previous one. Yep. List receiver subscriptions. Let's take a look. Yeah, we have our subscriptions. Receiver transports. We still have those, I think. Have those too. Although they're right now not subscribed, I believe. Actually, they should still be. Yeah, they're still subscribed. Okay, good. So now, if we create a new receiver, let's create a new client. WebSocket receiver. Receiver ID. Okay, register that, and these should be disconnected. They are not. Huh. They are not disconnected. Why? All three now receive the event. Oh, wait. Put transport deletes the transports but doesn't unsubscribe them. Aha. That's the problem. So I need a logic like this. Oof, 1 sec. Let's move this. 1 sec. Yeah, let's move this above. I need the old list of transports to unsubscribe them. Also, I want to do that outside of the database session. Okay, that complicates stuff. So we need two lists, old transports and new transports. Right, we return new transports here. Also, here we can notify them as well. Subscription identities need to be outside then as well. Also gonna be a list. Okay, so we get the identities. Have those. We now need old transports. Get by receiver ID. Okay, we store old transports in there. Then we delete all of them. Transport repo. Delete by receiver ID. Actually, yeah, no, here it's gonna be just delete, remove all transports. Then we create the new one. The new list, we commit that. We subscribe those. And we need to unsubscribe the old ones. Disconnect, actually. We disconnect the old ones, subscribe the new ones. Okay, should be good. Let's test. Okay, so oops, I restarted the socket. Well, that means that we don't have two transports anymore. Well, we still can increase the option back to 10. Because I want to test on 2 clients, replacing them with 1. I want the 2 previous ones to be disconnected and the new one to be connected and subscribed. So we have these 2, right? Set receiver transport. So let's create those 2. Okay, we have 2 transports. Now they should be able to receive chat messages. There we go. Both of them can. Now we create a 3rd one. We register it here instead of those 2. Send. Disconnected. Disconnected. Perfect. This works. This doesn't. Awesome. Okay, that works. And now let's test deleting a single subscription. So first of all, I need to check if I can receive private messages. 1 sec. I'm not sure if I subscribed. I can. Okay. So private messages, whispers, and world chat messages are working. So now let's find a subscription for private messages. Here we go. So now let's delete this subscription for this receiver. And we should become unsubscribed. So this shouldn't disconnect, but we should become unsubscribed from... Why did I delete? I hope I deleted the whispers. Well, let's test. So bold messages, good. Whisper, no, good. Okay, good. So now we are unsubscribed from that event. Perfect. Yes. Yeah, now I guess I can delete a receiver. I can test that. And our client should get disconnected because all the subscriptions and transports should become disconnected. Awesome. I don't have receivers. Let's check the database. Now transports, now subscriptions, now receivers. Okay, seems to be working. One thing that concerns me is, what if I already have active connections? Active WebSocket connections. When I do put transports, that deletes the old connections, disconnects them, and creates the new ones. Yeah, that's a problem, I think. Actually, right now it's not. Right now I can just easily work with this as it is, because we can only have a single transport at the moment. When we start working with sharding, maybe we can actually come up with something else. But for now, I think this is good. Let's see what we have in the to-dos. So yeah, when the client disconnects from the WebSocket, we can technically notify the API and make it remove the transport or deactivate the transport at least. But I don't know if it should. Because when it connects, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess the basic functionality is already working. Now we need to actually create proper synchronization between the API server and login and vault servers. So the vault server, for example, when it connects to the WebSocket, it should transmit its status, and then that status should be picked up by the API server. But yeah, I think we are done with the event subscription part. We're done with vaults almost. We just need the actual status. So status, channel count, maybe online as well. Characters, we do have that. Character details and subscription, that works. We cannot send chat messages right now from the API. I want to be able to do that. Maybe let's start with that. That should be easier. So that's here. So here it should be pretty easy. We just wait. How do we do this? We need to send an event, but not to the clients, but to the world. So here, meet event. I could theoretically create a special type of event, use the same event structure with metadata and payload, but different like recipients or something, different subjects and types. And then when API namespace receives an event, so here when world namespace receives an event, convert that and send that to the clients that are subscribed, right? what we could do with the vaults, I mean, for the API, when we receive an event, we send that event we need to send it to a target vault. Okay, that's not that easy as I initially anticipated. So first of all, we need to somehow identify the vaults when they connect. Okay, so that means that here we actually need that. Here I would need send hello, not an API event, but hello message, which would be which should also contain vault information. So probably not hello, but status. No, we need a separate one. So I will have send hello that only sends the vault ID. That's everything that they need. So this is this vault ID, right? Actually, this should be protected. We send it only when we connect. And we connect. This should have, no, this is, how does that work again? This actually should await for the connection. Oh, wait, how do I do this? Okay, so we wait for the connect. We should also wait for the disconnect. So on start async, subscribe to these events, but first, right after we connected, this should only cover the connection part, yes, good. Now here we do this, send hello. So this way we can identify our vault on the server, on the socket server. So vault namespace socket on hello. we receive the world ID. So we now know the world ID, and we can probably do socket data world ID equals world ID, and we can do world namespace socket join, no, socket join world ID. Actually, this should be int parse, wait, parse int okay. So we join a special room in the world namespace called world ID. And now we actually can send information to a specific world. Okay. And I wanted to create another method called public task send status. But this could probably be an actual event. How would that work, by the way? So here we send the status, and that status should be sent to the API server. Yeah, it's not going to be an event. We're just going to do a similar thing here, except we will have a status object that's going to describe world.status. We do world ID. Wait, emit event. Everything should be fine. We can use the proper case here. So world ID. So what information can we send? Status. Number of channels, yes. And I want it to have an amount of characters. Characters on a line. Like that. We send that status. So now here on status, no, vault status. Actually, why don't we just use status? And status, we can store that status that we just received, and just notice something. You didn't capitalize your stream. There is no ads here. I mean, monetize? Yeah, because I hate ads. I'm not an affiliate. Affiliates on Twitch, they don't have subs. They have like limited functionality. Like, for example, I can't create polls. You guys don't have like normal Twitch powered rewards and points system, but you shouldn't see any ads. So yeah, that's intentional. Because yeah, like every time you come to some other affiliate streamer stream, you get bombarded with ads, and it's really bad for discoverability. Like when you open some stream, you have to sit and watch through like 15, 30, 60 seconds of ads before you have a chance to actually see the streamer. And yeah, it's just annoying. So yeah, I am not becoming an affiliate on purpose. Maybe in the future I will, but probably not. Not sure. So API namespace emit vault status. Actually, yeah, let's use vault status here. There's going to be a unified event name. Technically, I can include vault ID in here as one of the arguments because I already have it, but I don't think I will. It should be fine because we already have vault ID in the actual payload. Okay, so now we should be sending the state. No, we're not yet sending the status. Let's send it here. Also, I need to subscribe to the vault events. Status change to have that. And we just do this and status. We don't care about the arguments, we just send the whole thing. And now another thing that I want to do is when the character count changes, character online, I want to send the update as well. Not sure if I have an event there. Yes, I do have. Wait, character session closed and registered. I guess I would have to subscribe to 2 of those events. Okay. Character session registered. And closed. And we just send the status when that happens. Technically, I could just create a single event handler. Just like that. So the character sessions will trigger the same vault status changed event. Okay. So that's good. That means that we can now send all the status changes and those go to the API. Now, the question is, how do we receive that on the API side? It should be in the services. Here. So for that, I need actually the PHP library documentation. 1 sec. Not PHP. C# library documentation. I wish you remembered. How was it called? Yeah, this is the one. So let's see. Client on. And then we do response get value. So what are we listening to? Vault status. Well, I guess I would have to create this thing. Here. Vault status event. args, which is not going to be an actual .NET event args, but we just need what? We just need... Wait, where was it? It's this. Can we maybe put that somewhere in the game library? Let's do that. Not database. Vaults. Or is it vault? Vaults. Or wait, maybe that's an API, I don't know. Can it work with dynamics somehow? Hmm. Yeah, I guess I do need some kind of structure anyway. Also for the chat message, same thing. Or I could send this information as 4 arguments for this event. Then receive them. It's not as pretty as this. That would work. And then we don't need any kind of DTOs. Or maybe we should create those. No, I don't want to. Let's separate the event args. So that would mean that we send this stuff like that. So vault ID, vault status, as byte, channel count, and characters count. It looks ugly as hell, but think that would do. And that would mean that I need to pass all those arguments here. So that would be vault ID, status, channel count, character count, and I forward those. Now, do we store the data? If we just forward that to the API, what we could do is, when API connects to this thing, it can request the status for the worlds, and then worlds will send the same message. Instead of like storing the status on the server and then updating that, I think it's better if we just request the status. So yeah, this should work. This should work. So now on the API level, we do world ID equals response get value byte then we have status which is world status channel count and we have character count. Well, yeah, it is prone to errors, to be honest. Still, I don't want to use specific objects for that for now, at least. Maybe later. Okay, world status, we subscribe to that. So I have the information. What do we do with that? We need the world manager here, or how do we call it? Yes, world manager. So we do this world manager, try get world ID, if we have the world, then we do world status equals status characters online character count channel count okay, we should be good. So now we should actually receive updated world information, except we also need to request that information when the API starts up. Zero, we then identify that we want information from every world. So Send world info request. Not world info, world status. World status request. World ID. Something like that. We do that here. Okay. But when the world connects, it sends all of that. Actually, wait. It should do that when the client is connected. So now this thing should change. So instead of start async, we need to override unconnected. So unconnected, we do, no, wait, this is correct, this is not. So start async, unconnected, we do that. So here we just subscribe to the internal events that get transmitted over the socket. But when we connect, we always send hello and status. Okay. Then when we receive hello, we subscribe to our world. When status, we transmit status to the API namespace. Okay. Also, I need the undisconnected thing. Undisconnect. Similar to the API, the client's ones. Here on socket disconnect, if that's the last one. Here we need to notify the API with this. World status, world ID we can take from socket data, status. Wish I remembered the world statuses. Unknown, it's gonna be 400. Now, while I remember there is also a world state here. So characters in a line, we do update that. Channel count, we do update that. And the world status by default is unknown. And yeah, when the world socket disconnects, and that's the last one, we just send the same event that the world is offline. And then we receive it here, and we update that. Okay, perfect. Or I can create a separate event, all disconnected. Let's do that. Oops, all disconnected. That way I don't have to hard code any values. So all disconnected. Then here we can handle that. We don't care about the parameters here. Oh, no, we do care about the world ID. And we just set the status to offline or unknown. Channel count 0, characters on line 0. Yeah, that would be better. Okay. I have that. Yeah, now when API, where's the API namespace? Sends a world status request. World status request. World ID. What we need to do is world equals world namespace if world ID is greater than 0, then worlds equals worlds of in, I don't remember, yeah, in, how do we generate that? 1 sec, like that. Okay. What's wrong? Broadcast operator. Okay, sure. We can do it the hard way. Emit world status request without any arguments. And here we do that without any arguments, but to this specific world. So if world ID is 0, we just use world namespace and we emit world status request. If it's not 0, then we emit that to the specific room. Okay. World status request. Now here we also need to subscribe to the events. By the way, where do we subscribe to the events? In here? Yeah, this needs to be not in start async, it needs to be in unconnected. Unconnected. This needs to be moved to there. And we don't need to override the start async. So unconnected, send wall status request, that stuff, and then on the vault, where are the handlers? Oh, we don't have the handlers yet in the vault, so we can just do that. So this is vault status request. We don't care about any arguments. We just do this send status. Just like that. So now when API connects to the WebSocket, it sends the vault status request, which goes to the vault, and then vault sends back the status, which is here, and it gets redirected to the API, and the API should catch it. Okay. We need to test it. So first of all, restart this thing, restart this thing, and I also need to restart the vault. Crap, this is the login server. Well, this is the vault. Actually, wait. Let's cancel that. Let's start the vault, the login, sure. We have an error. Data table vault table not found. What? How is that possible? Vault table not found on the API server. What? Ah, probably because I registered that. Okay, I see. 1 sec. How do I do this? API socket server starts after the vault manager. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. So yeah, the API socket service requests vault manager. Vault manager This then does request the world table, but that's expected. I see. This thing needs to be crap. This needs to be completely rewritten. Yeah, this was my mistake. I cannot access game data tables from the service container constructor. Oh. So world manager, we need to make that a hosted service. Right. So we make it a service, and what else do we need? We need to register that as a startup service. Here. That's the first step. Then let's close all of that. So then I need to split this into two things. I need the world database manager and world manager, unfortunately, because I need to have a collection of databases which can be defined like differently, in a different way in the config. And I don't want to access this config and build databases like this. Okay. So yeah, we do need to split this thing, world manager, into world manager and world database manager. World database manager is not going to be a hosted service. Just needs the databases. This is annoying. Actually, I don't need this to be so extensive. I just need get and add. Well, whatever. So I have world database manager. Now here I need to split this thing in two and have the world database manager assign all the database provider stuff. And just I need to supply the game data to the world manager itself. So this is going to be first world database manager. We don't care about the game data there. Sorry, I'm just so many weapon sprites there is in the game. Yeah, a lot of them. I agree. So now this is gonna be Vault Database Manager. Then, crap. I wish I remembered how to do this. So for each DB section, get children, I believe. Now I don't care about the vault itself. That's the DB config. We create the mappings to repository factories. Provider gets from the config provider. Context factory database. Now here we don't do that. We do manager. Let's rename it DB manager. Add. Now the vault ID is gonna come from the config. So I would have to change my config structure. And we just register the database like that. This is going to be our database manager. Then vault manager actually doesn't need absolutely anything from this. It just needs to exist. And it can request the vault table and vault database manager as dependencies. So let's do that. So vault manager, it needs vault database manager, and it needs game data manager. Stupid formatting. Okay. Like that. Then when it starts, let's move that. Actually, no, let's keep it at the bottom. So when it starts, crap, I already removed that, right? So here it actually needs to get the vault table from the game data. Then it needs to do this. And then it can create the vault out of that. And it also needs to get the database. Okay, so we'll metadata ID, we get the database, it will throw an error. If it's not there, that's good. And we do what? Vault set database. This add. Just like that. Then at stop it can just clear this. Vaults clear. Okay. This should be good, but now I need to change the config structure and then hope for the best when I start it. So here, yeah, I had this structure. Now this is going to change to an array. And ID is now here. Like that. And this should also be the same for the application. Oh, I removed that. Okay, good. So now let's pray that it starts. It did start. There are some old status event args. Oh, right. Yeah, I need to remove this. So let's see. Let's request a list of vaults. Status 4. What is status 4? Unknown, right? Right. I don't see the character count. Yeah, I didn't want to make it public to the API. But I think for now, for testing, I will add it. Where the hell is the old model? Characters online. Like that. Okay, I have 0 characters online. Status is 4, which I believe is unknown. Then, what do we have? Node. So right now, Vault is offline. So let's start it. State is good. There we go. Channel count 1. Now let me start a client. So right now, status is good. 1 channel, 0 characters. I just like theoretically connected, but I didn't select my, yeah, this is another thing. I didn't select the character, but I'm like connected to the wall. Oh no. Oh yeah, it does count only the registered sessions. I don't have the session yet. I just requested the character list. And now I'm online. Okay, perfect. So that works. We now receive updates for the vault. And if I exit, 0. Okay. Now, let's try to kill the node server and restart. Huh. Yeah, that's one thing. As soon as it gets shut down. Okay, one sec. Where is it? Let's close all of this. So now I need this thing. So when this client disconnects, I'm disconnected, right? Yes. Wait, what's wrong? Ah. Bah. Okay, I'm disconnected. We need to go over every world and mark it as unknown. Unknown status, world, channel count 0, world, characters on line 0. Okay, so right now the status is good. Everything is fine. We kill the node server. Unknown. Okay, when we just start the API server with the node server down, why is it so slow? What? Why did it get stuck? Weird. Let me kill that. If I can find it. What the hell? Ah, it awaits for the connection, right? That's bad. Yeah. It's blocked now. We can't do that. Never. But this is fine. Yeah, and I have to kill it again. It needs to start connecting in the background. Yeah, like that. So, status is unknown right now. Let's start the node server. And we have our status. Let me log in. We have one character online. Perfect. 0 characters. Now let's kill the vault server. Perfect. It's unknown. Start it again. Good. It's working. It's working. So what did I was trying to do before this status synchronization? I don't remember. Like, the status synchronization is good. I really needed that. Oh, I remember. I wanted to have a simple thing of just sending a chat message, but I needed the vault, then I needed to synchronize the vault status. Okay, now we should be good. Also, one sec. While we add this like status, vault status management, let me see. So on vaults, so this is working now. Subscriptions, that's fine. So wait, in the vault controller, we have just a list of vaults, and we can subscribe to events of certain vault. That's totally fine. We can do that. Now, character controller, that's a different story. So I have the vault. Vault is accessible. Oh yeah, I already am doing that. So yeah, now I shouldn't be able to manage my characters when the vault is offline. So let's test that. So list characters, for example, vault ID1, test client. Ah, right, token. Okay, so I see my characters. That's good. It was weird that it was a bit slow. Okay, looks like that was like the first connection or something. But okay, now let's kill the vault. Yeah, vault not found or not available. Perfect. So now we cannot access and we cannot do anything to the characters on the vault because it's offline. This is good. One sec. So let's start the vault back up. Now I can access them back. Okay. Again, I mean. Right. Yeah, now we can actually try to send a message from the client to the vault. So vault ID1 character gonna be this one. Actually, no, let's do test. And I'm gonna log into Neris and we will see. I see the message. Okay, test client. Type 4 message. And right now it doesn't matter because it's not gonna send anything. It will just output this. Okay. Now we can close all of that. That. Characters chat. Now here we can finally create an event to the world. You need this service. Yeah, I need to create a method in that service. Everything you're doing there is just local. Yes, yes. Local server, local API server, local database, local identity service. Not touching the server that's currently running. Okay, send world status request. Let's actually move that after this. Now I need send world chat message. World ID. Now we need the world ID. We need the chat message type. We need message. Is that the same event that we're sending from the world? Yes. Okay, good. Actually, I'm not sure if that's good, but that's okay. World chat message, world ID type. This is gonna be byte message. Right. Now we need to forward that. Wait, maybe we can. I don't know. Like if I do it this way, then I would have to do the forwarding on here, like define forwarding for every single message type. Actually, not even here. It's on the API namespace. World chat message. Let's try to do that. If anything, I will optimize that later. And we send actually this. We can just forward that to the world, but we need to find the correct world. Okay. So this is actually from the world namespace, world ID, world chat message. And here we actually don't need the world ID. Actually, let's leave it to just to be consistent. Wait. We also have the character name to forward, right? Yeah. So I need type, character name, and message. Okay. Type. Character name. Right. Now here, send world chat message. Now we do world ID. World.metadata.id. Type. Message type. Like that. Now we need to catch that on the volt side. Oh, wait. No, this is gonna be response. Okay. And then we need to process each thing one by one. So volt ID. Type. Character name. And message. Like that. And now here, how do we do this? I need to take a look at network controllers. No, not this. In the base code base. Vault server, network controllers, chat controller. Global chat message. Yeah, I need to launch all of this thing. Well, I guess let's do that. Channel ID. I don't have the channel ID. And target line code, but that can be skipped. Channel ID, yeah, I do need that. Well, I guess. So yeah, this is gonna be here, channel ID. We need to add that here. Zero or one. I don't remember how we do that. Do we go from the channel 0 or from the channel 1? From 1, okay. So from 1 to 127. We also need to limit that to the maximum channels. If, that should be here. If, also let me rename this real quick to input. So if input channel ID greater than volt channel count, because we start from 1, we do return validation problem invalid channel Okay, so we do that, we send that to a specific channel. We don't care about target length code, it's gonna be 0, but this now needs to be connection router. I don't remember how to do this. 1 sec. Okay. So this is zone connection router get chat controller, this one, and then we send this thing. And we ignore empty connection pools. I really don't like this. I think I need to create something like chat manager that will handle all of that. Unfortunately, something that I did for the zone servers, they have like a chat dispatcher, and you can just create an event, put that into the dispatcher, and it will roll it out. Like it will like direct it to where it needs to go, or alter it if it needs to. So I think I would have to do the same for the Vault server, otherwise I'm gonna end up with this copy paste. But that's okay. For now, it's gonna be enough. So let's restart the API. Let's restart the node server and restart the Vault server. Okay, we're disconnected right now. Let's reconnect. So first of all, I just want to send a message. See if I can see it in the game. Then we can test the WebSockets. Because this should theoretically already send the chat message. Yes, it actually works. I can see the message in the game. Okay, that's awesome. I'm really happy about that. So now let's list receivers. Why don't I have any receiver? Oh, I think I deleted everything when I tested the, yeah. So I need to create a new receiver. Actually, if I need to do that, let's completely reload this thing. So, first of all, list receivers. None. Good. Let's create a receiver. Now I take this receiver. We need to create subscriptions. Let's just use this one for now, and that should be enough. Now the subscription. Now we need, again, to take this receiver, and we're connected now. Let's create a transport. Transport type, WebSocket. Endpoint. This. Secret. test_secret. Have that. Let's test the chat message. Awesome. So now, if I try to send a chat message, I don't remember character. Well, I didn't even try to remember it. This ID. Send chat message, character ID, channel ID 1, type 4. Actually, let's try what's going to happen if I set it to 1. Message, test message from the API. Yeah, type field doesn't equal one of the values. Yeah, this should be 4 for the channel message. Test message from the API. It works. So yeah, now I can send messages to the world, chat messages from the API. You can see them in the game and in the API. I can send the messages from the game and see them in API. Like that. What else? What else do I need? So, send chat message works. List characters works. Get character details works. Subscribe to character events works. We tested that. Actually, to character events. Wait. That. Wait. It should work, but I didn't test it today after the refactoring. So receiver ID. Receiver ID, event ID. That's limited right now. It's not fully implemented. We have only Whisper working, I believe. Let's subscribe. Okay. So we subscribed to Whisper. Now if I whisper to somebody, I don't see it. Why? Why don't I see the event? So this is actually in the character controller. Subscribe. Oh yeah. I'm not sending the events, the subscriptions. Okay, so when I create a subscription, it's not automatically forwards that to already connected WebSockets. That's a problem. And that should be true for both Vault and the character controllers. So here we create a subscription, then we have to subscribe that to the socket, send it to this, one sec. So here, like, we delete the subscription. We send that unsubscribed client. So we need to do the same in the here Vault controller. Transport rep. So I create the identity, I get all the transports. Yeah, we need the socket service. Actually here would be more appropriate. Socket service, and we subscribe. Transport endpoint, secret, and the identity. And same should be done for the characters. Now I'm debating about should I actually have those event subscriptions in separate controllers. The main reason is proper permission checks. But I don't know. Seems like a lot of code duplication because of that. Right here. Socket service. Subscribe client. Okay, now it should work. And when you create a subscription, it already subscribes all the connected transports. But that means that I need to delete the subscription to test this. Now let's test this again. So, what am I looking for? So this should still be working. This is still online, and the transport should still be running. Yes, I can see normal messages. I cannot see the whispers. That's cool. Now we subscribe like that. And I can see whispers. Awesome. Okay, but that's when I send the whispers from the character that I am subscribed to. Now, let's try to log into another character and send a whisper to my main character. But first, let's send a whisper to somebody else. We don't see it. Good. Now, /pm naris test. Awesome, it works. Okay. So, send chat message works. List characters, get character details, subscribe to character events. That works. List receivers, create receiver, delete receiver. List receiver subscriptions. Let's take a look. Works. Why do I have two receivers now? Weird. Oh, no, that's not, that's events. Oh my God. List event receiver subscriptions. Okay, so we have two subscriptions. Well, chat message and character chat whisper. Good. Delete the subscription, we tested that. Works. List receiver transports. Works. This is our session ID. Perfect. Set receiver transports also works. We tested that. List vaults. That works. Great. Subscribe to vault events works. Okay, so every created controller now should be fully implemented and working just fine. Okay, one sec. Where is my list? So we have that, we have that. We also created the chat controller. We can receive events about channel chat. That's good. What else do I have? Incoming, outgoing, private messages working fine. So what I'm missing from what I wanted to create right now is sending a whisper via the API. And maybe some events for the character like friend login, logout, and new mail. I'm anxious to see where this whole API project is leading us. Yeah, hopefully soon we will be able to see that. Not sure how soon though. But yeah, theoretically, from what you can see, as soon as I deploy this, if like you want, you can create some kind of API application that will interact with that. So for example, you will be able to create an application that listens to the world chat and outputs that to your application. Or you could send chat message on behalf of your character without logging into the game or receiving receiving whispers. So if you want, you can create stuff like that pretty soon. So what did I want to do? I wanted to create another a way to send the whisper message. Let's do that. Sec. So send chat message. I guess we're gonna create another controller right beside this one. A very similar one. Send a whisper message on behalf of the user. Send a whisper chat message to the target character on behalf of the user. Okay. Now this one's gonna be a little bit different. So this is chat whisper send. So let's rename the controllers. Send message. Send whisper. Chat whisper. Send model. So now this model is not going to contain any of those things. It just needs target character ID, not ID, name, max length 16. Right, we don't care about the channel now. Get the character. And yeah, we just send a new event. We'll chat whisper. Right, so again, we just need sender. We need input target character name and the message. Okay, now on the world, we need to catch this event. Again, I need to make this more pretty because it's pretty bad. A lot of code duplication. So, character name, sender name. Second is target character name. 0, 1, 2, 3. And this, instead of this, we need the thing that we have in here, whisper. Oh, wait, that's whisper error. Ooh. Okay, handle whisper, sender name, target name, message. Yeah, let's rename that to just target name. What? So lost. Sender target message. Sender ID. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, session ID. I don't have that because we're effectively sending the message while being offline. We don't have a session. Well, that would mean that this chat whisper, the session ID is only needed to return the error back. So technically I can just send an empty ID and that should be okay. So, but yeah, I need to test. So first of all, send chat whisper, session ID. Okay. Oh no, oh no, it should be okay. So let's see if we take a look at chat controller, handle chat whisper, sender ID. Yeah, we just use it to send the whisper error. And we can just add a small thing here, else if sender ID not equals session ID empty, then we send it. That's it. This is the only thing that we care about. The error about non-existent user. Okay, so back to this thing. We need to copy all of that and then clean it up. So we don't need this. And this is gonna look like this. No. So it has a connection. Like that. And that should be it. It literally should be it. So we need to restart this probably 2 times because of the stupid OpenAPI generation. And we need to also restart the vault. Oh crap, I forget to log out from the game. So while it's starting, let me start the game as well. Oh my god. Thing is stupid. So I have one problem here. Sender ID. Yeah, we don't have that. That should be totally fine. I didn't have to restart it twice. That's new. Okay, so now I have this method. Yeah, now this thing doesn't receive any messages, right? Because it's a new connection. Let's test if that's true. I'm gonna log in as test. And let's set a channel message. Yeah, I don't receive anything. So now we need that receiver transports. I don't remember my receiver ID. Okay, so this is my receiver. Let's take a look at the subscriptions. So yeah, we have chat whisper and chat message. Good. Set receiver transports. What's my secret was test secret, hopefully. Let's see if it works. Yes, it does work. So now if I send a personal message, it didn't work. What? Ah, that was the client thing. Yeah, there it is. So we have the whisper. Now, yeah, now I want to send a whisper from here. World ID, character ID, I need. Yeah, sure. So I'm sending as an iris to the test. So I need this character ID, target character name, test. Actually, let's try lowercase test. Message is gonna be test message. I don't see it. I don't see it. What if I do uppercase test? No. So send wall chat whisper. Character name is this one. Target character name and message. Wall chat whisper. Wall ID. So this is from API to Vault. Wall chat whisper to the Vault ID. Oh, there we go. That's the problem. So let's restart the node. It means that we would have to reconnect the transport. Unless, no, I do have a different ID. Okay, set receiver transports. Okay, we should be good. Let's test that it's working. Yes. Now, let's try to set a whisper again. Yes, I can see it. There it is. So if I do like lowercase first, later, uppercase last one, it shouldn't matter. I can see it. Awesome. It works. Now I can send private messages via the API. Okay. Let's rename this to target name. Yeah, I think this is it for now. We have that. What else did I want to implement? Yeah, this is all the most important stuff. Next would be like more information about the character, friend list, mail. Can I implement a notification about a new mail? That should be easy. But yeah, I guess the most complex part is behind. Now we just implement the new functionality based on what we already have. And the most complex things are already implemented. We can just implement the rest in a similar way. So, new mail, huh? Where do I even start looking for that? One sec. When we actually send the mail, here, mail controller. Wait, what? Oh, that's from the vault. You need the client, mail controller. Close all of that. I don't need that right now. Okay, send mail. Oh, one thing that I forgot is the policies. The policies. Because for the chat, if you have a chat ban policy, you cannot send any messages. Don't even remember where it is. This is why I didn't create it. Probably it's in the chat dispatcher. Wait. Where is it? Did I forget to implement it? Or is it in my custom code base? Yeah. It's here. Right, so how do I check the policy? I already did that actually. Wait, what? There we go. So yeah, I need to load the policy repository. Let's see here. Policy repo. And then check that. User ID, huh? Oh, actually, I do have that. Oh, and I have this. Okay. Active by user ID. This is a link. Banned policy name. Right. Actually, maybe I can include it in here. Oh, another thing is login server online. I'm not checking that. Okay, let's see. Policies. How do I even call those. So what I can do is I can do params string forbidden policies. And then take it this. We check the band policy, right? Then we also check, not like that, for each forbidden policy. And then for each forbidden policy, we do that. And this will be not going to be account band. Operation not permitted. The same is going to be here. Okay. Forbidden policies. This should be still possible to use directly like that. But now what we could do is, yeah, I still need the authentication options. All right, I changed the signature of the method. Okay. Now that's good. But I do need the options still. But instead of band policy name here, I also need... By the way, why didn't I set it? Okay, this is chat muted policy name. Okay, why didn't they set the default option? Okay, chat muted policy name. Let's set it here for now. But I need it to be here, this chat muted policy name. Otherwise we throw an exception. Like that. And the same here. Okay, now we should be able to check that. So let's test chat message. Will the ID, character ID as nearest. Let's test that. Channel ID type 4 message test 111. Okay, I see that. Now let's mute myself. Probably that's a bad idea, but let's see. Doesn't, I didn't restart. Sure, of course it doesn't work. Okay, operation not permitted. Now, can I unmute myself if I mute it? I think so. Yes, now it works. Okay, so now when you're muted, you cannot send that. Perfect. Do I need to check any other policies? No, I'm already checking the band policy, stuff like that. Okay, should be good. So what was, oh, mail. Yeah, I wanted to see if we have new mail notifications. We can easily do that. Send new mail notification. We do send that to the world recipient name. Perfect. This is exactly what we need. So we go to the world. Right? This is world. No? Yes, this is world. Mail controller from zone. New mail notification, right? Yes. New mail notification, target name. So we need to integrate into this thing. Crap. How do I do this? It should be extremely easy. I just need to... Yeah, unfortunate thing is this new mail notification. It doesn't include any data. It's just the fact that you have a new mail. Maybe that's good. Because, yeah, in the game, it's exactly the same. You just see you've got mail, and that's it. You have to go to the mailbox to check it. So it's fine, I just need to, again, come up with some integration point, some kind of event. I don't want to create it inside the controller, even though I could. But I don't want it. And I don't want to create another, like this chat event handler stuff. Oh. Or maybe I just reuse it. Like it doesn't 100% fit into the purpose, but technically it's still like chat related stuff, maybe. I don't know. So yeah, basically I could add another event here. And then just in this mail controller, I could just call that event. But there will be more events like this. Like small, something that doesn't worth it creating a separate manager. So let's take a look. Yeah, like friend login, logout, that's the same thing. I would have to... Where is the social controller? Friend info update. Alert. So yeah, again, I would have to integrate right here and send the information to the what's his face, the WebSocket server. Crap. What if I do create events within the controller? Can I then subscribe to them? Because we don't add the controllers directly to the dependency injection container. We add them as instances of enumerable. Wait, where is it? Network. And we use them as transient. So yeah, we cannot access the controllers. We need to access the router. Where's the router, by the way? iZone controller. That's the router. And that one. Wait. How do we populate the router? I don't remember. I can't remember how we assign controllers to a router. It's not in the dependencies of the router. Register controller handlers. This controllers. Register. Okay, I remember now. So I would need to go to, crap, where is it? Zone broker factory. No. Wait, what? Zone listener service. There we go. There are our controllers. Register them in the router. I see. And the router is just a direct service. So I can theoretically request a zone packet router and subscribe to that. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. That would be our integration point. Oh, let's try. So here in the mail controller, let's close that. In the mail controller, we just create an event, right? Public event handler. We do need arguments, right? Where do we put that? Okay, for now, without even any arguments, new mail notification. Then here we do this new mail notification, invoke this. Or no, with this current test, it's new args empty. Okay, what's wrong with that? Oh, we need to move it. So we have a new mail notification. And let's try subscribing to that. Here. Oh my god, I'm so lost. Here. Start async. So if we add this thing, this service, as the very last service, we should have all the controllers registered. So let's see, when do we... Yes. Oh, we still have test, but test is test. So here now, we can request zone router. And now here, what we can do is this zone packet router get mail controller. Oh. Is that the one? Yeah. Yeah. New mail notification, and then we can just create. What are you creating? This on new mail notification. So yeah, we can do that, but let's see if that even works. Because it could crash. I may be wrong still. Let's do console write line for now. Secnet test. New mail notification. Let's restart Vault. I forget to exit again. But that's okay. Okay, it did start. So it did find at least the router. I think we're good. I think we can actually use this approach to subscribe to notifications just within the controllers themselves. It's not a very nice solution, but otherwise I would have to create a bunch of, I don't even know how to call those, managers or whatever, like I did for the chat. Where is that thing for the chat that I did? I don't like that either. So where is it? Yeah, chat event handler. Basically just a singleton with a bunch of events that you can trigger externally. It's basically doesn't make any sense. But in case of the controllers, we can just easily create events section for the arguments. And that should be good. Let me test if it works. Because if it does work, then we can just easily do it like that. So now theoretically, if I send any mail from any character, I should be able to see that in the console. Let's take a look. My mailbox is full. Yeah, I see it on mail notification. So yeah, that's the way to go. I think I'm gonna do that for the chat as well. But yeah, we do have that on mail notification in the chat, which is awesome. Okay. So yeah, this is how we're gonna do that, but not right now. I think I'm gonna call it a day. It's already a great progress today. We actually finished everything that we have in the API right now. It's actually working, except we do have like a few small things. So I want to actually have the login server also connect to the WebSockets, and I want the API server to check its status for any operation regarding characters, or maybe any operation at all. Like if the login server is offline, we don't do anything. Actually, I'm not sure if we even need that. Because if the world is online, even if the login server is offline, when you log in into the game, after that point, you don't need the login server to be online to play the game. Like it could be brought down, but the players will still be able to play the game. So maybe we just ignore the login server on the API and just look at the vault server status. And if it's online, then you could do anything with it. I think that's fair. Except, what if we change in like a schema of the login server database? Then that could be dangerous. I don't know. I would have to think about it. But yeah, I think for today that's good. Yeah, sounds like successful. So yeah, let's see. Can we raid anybody? Maybe this person. I don't know. Let's try to raid this person. So yeah, today we made a great progress. We actually make it work exactly like I wanted to, with some limitations, and yeah, still need to finish some stuff. Oh, one important thing that I'm forgetting is the authentication of the API login involved components. So yeah, there are still some small things that I need to tackle, but mostly it's actually working. Like the actual functionality is there. And even right now, it's more or less secure. So yeah, that's a good progress. And I already know how to do stuff with like the mail notification and other features. So yeah, now it's gonna be, the development is gonna be much quicker. Maybe I can finish that like, I don't know, in a couple of days. And then we work on other features. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I will probably be back tomorrow. And yeah, have a nice day. Bye-bye.